Brazil nuts, if we were able to get it straight from the person who is collecting it to the person who is purchasing it, then they would have a better quality of life, a better livelihood. And I hope the European, the American, the Chinese markets, I would like them to import more products that have an environmental concern, that protect the environment. We could export fish. Fish from the Amazon is something that we could export. For instance, I will give you the example of Pirarucu. It has invaded the bays of 3 rivers. It's not a native fish from those zones, and it's destroying this area. I was talking to the Obama president because we need to stop defending it. It's now become an invasive species. So we need to rebalance it out. And 77% of this fish is meat. So it would be wonderful to be able to export it while we're reestablishing some kind of balance in the environment and, of course, compensating the local people. So, this is what we need to do. We need to work on helping the state develop these other areas.
Estão disponíveis? Tem algum? Então, nós vamos continuar aqui.
Let's
Secretário,
continue. Mr. Secretary, I'd like to take the opportunity and ask you about other initiatives could be interesting in your opinion. And here I mean investment funds or the financial system itself. How can these instruments contribute to this project, to this initiative of sustainability of environmental financial assets and payment for environmental services? So how can financial institution and investment funds, private investment funds, how could I try and contribute in a more active manner? First of all, the companies operating in the Amazon must be environmentally correct. They must comply with the Brazilian legislation, the Brazilian environmental legislation, which is a quite a strict legislation. 80% of legal reserve in the Amazon region, I mean, 20% is almost nothing. So let's respect it. So my claim is for the ones who came to recover deforested land, and I can give you an example. We have a project of stream recovery. And the idea is that private companies can help restoring the forest. So we want, for instance, soy producers to buy only from companies who are legally compliant. If one producer, if one company knows that it won't be able to trade, to sell its product unless it is legally compliant, this producer will try and adapt to the legislation. In many companies, they do not want to fund the recovery of springs, but they fund the drilling of wells, for instance. So we must recover the forest, and not only for environmental reasons, but also for legal reasons. So we have to understand it is all integrated. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. And something that we know it is highly important when it comes to the traceability of native timber for the international market. The traceability of native wood even when we have licensed management plans? How can we ensure that the timber that leaves the Amazon can be traced and can have the traceability linked to a consistent management plan? What challenges we still have? Which challenges are blocking this initiative? First of all, uh, illegal timber is less expensive than the legal timber. Now, we have very few entry points. And even though it's very difficult for us to have a proper monitoring, in the state of Rondônia, we do a very strict monitoring, and we have very important partners from the state judiciary, and we usually donate seized illegal timber for public construction work. So we have a partnership. Legal timber require engineers an entire system that makes it more expensive, whereas illegal timber have goes through a process of cheap labor. And what I have to say is also avoid buying illegal timber. Sometimes actually the price is not that difference. We have to make illegal timber expensive. And not only timber, we also have the illegal mining. We have so many minerals that leave the Amazon illegally and they reach other markets. So it's important for people to be aware and companies mostly to be aware they should not buy um, minerals coming from illegal oranges. So the Amazon is 4 times greater in size as compared to Rondônia. But it's still for us, it's very difficult for us to monitor the entire area because we have lots of rivers, difficult access. Um, and I think that the same applies to Pará, although I don't know their reality very well. But Rondônia has these bottlenecks as well as the state of Acre because it's a neighboring state. And then we have Bolivia, Peru, the Amazon. So neighboring countries, neighboring states, and the crime has no barriers, no frontiers, no limits. For a criminal, there is no difference between a city, a state, and a country. The crime will take place across all regions. The frontier between Acre and Rondônia is a straight line. You only cross a street. When it comes to the Amazon, it's more complicated. But even though it's quite easy, you go in and out very easily, but one police officer cannot operate in both states. So we really need coordination, and also we need IBAMA to help us in this type of operation. In Rondônia, in case of transport of meat between states, we had a very strict and severe control. The same thing with relation to timber, but timber won't be transported via our main roads, but through illegal channels. Say you have timber load, be it legal or illegal. I mean, if you have some of it legal and some of it illegal, I'm going to seize everything because sometimes they try and hide what is illegal. So we really needed to make the illegal timber expensive for the producers. As you know, in Brazil, we have a public security problem. We have frontiers with countries that produce cocaine, for instance. So there is an entire drug trafficking fight taking place. We also have illegal operations in terms of mining, environmental services, and as a consequence, sometimes the environmental branch seems less important than it actually is because there are so many crimes taking place in the area. So we have to make it more difficult. We have to hamper criminals from operating. And okay, so nowadays, how do you see the importance of having a cooperation between the states when it comes to strategies such as public security that can somehow provide a support to this cooperation with the environmental law enforcement, also the brigades. In your opinion, what interstate initiatives are in place? Well, thanks God, the Amazonian states, especially the ones neighboring Rondônia, are very well uh, coordinated. We all the environmental state secretaries cooperate and work narrowly, very closely. We already exchange information, experiences, intelligence, which is very important because, once again, the criminal does not see the frontier. The crime takes places across regions and states. So the coordination must be much better. When it comes to other areas such as health, you usually have more solidarity and integration and coordination because it's human health. So, say that a patient needs urgent surgery. Sometimes the connection takes place very easily. Someone in the state of Rondônia needs urgent surgery, so the Amazon might eventually pay for that surgery and this transport. But we have to reproduce this type of dynamic when it comes to fighting environmental crimes and fighting these illegal activities as well. So we needed to have this support and vice versa. If we need a support from the Amazon state, we should have access to it and vice versa. We also should be able to provide this support. And again, the exchange of information is key so that our law enforcement teams can have access to investigation methods, pre-crime investigation, post-crime investigation, identification of criminals, accountability. We have to imprison the criminals, but we also have to ensure they will lose money. It's important to make the crime expensive for them because we should take into account that the criminal we identify and we eventually imprison is not sometimes the big guy. There is someone behind him. If I'm going to seize an equipment, a tractor that costs 1 million Brazilian reais, I'm going to give it back to the society rather than put fire on it. So we had a recent operation where we seized lot of machinery and people wanted us to incinerate the equipment, incinerate the tools. I think that in this case we can give it to the society, but if this becomes a bottleneck, then of course we have to put fire on it while protecting the environment. And I will do whatever it's needed because sometimes you have lawsuits in which there is a claim in the sense that we should not destroy the equipment, that we should not put fire in the machinery, but I am going to do whatever it takes to ensure that the area is free of this type of activity. And you know what? We, the environment branch and the agribusiness, we can partner because we can mutually improve. And together we are trying to identify the problems. Thank you very much. And going back to the management plans, the market price of illegal timber in the Amazon, you see, it can be $2 per cubic meter. And then when it's sold in international market, this amount can go up to $700 per cubic meter. So what can we do? Because the oversight, the legalization of legal timber in the Amazon. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, what is the main challenge we have in order to make legal wood, legal timber staying in the Amazon and being traded? Well, actually, we shouldn't remove this wood. This the product should be benefited within the region. Say, this is a piece of wood for a furniture. If we can stay within the same state, if we can produce this piece of furniture within the same state, I'm going to benefit the population. If I'm going to send it to another state, well, I am losing the opportunity of creating jobs and I'm losing the traceability. We have to make it very, but very expensive to produce illegal timber. And once again, I ask the countries to pass on more strict legislation and to sanction the ones who buy illegal timber. The companies have to buy certified timber and, if possible, at the origin where it is produced and benefit the wood where it is produced, therefore creating jobs. It's important to understand that the management will be a proper management will be translated into more jobs, into creating jobs, and there is a self-sustaining chain. And when we do it in a predatory fashion, it will end because the recovery time is very long. The cycle might take 50, 100 years. So it's important for these producers to understand that if they remove wood from the Amazon, they should process this material within the Amazon and help the society through the creation of jobs. The ones who want to produce sustainably, we are open. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much for being here. So in this panel, we touched upon the forest carbon stocks as a strategy to prevent climate change adverse effects and to limit greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, tackling climate change. So this is a sustainability strategy, and I'd like to thank the presence of our State Secretary, and we are going to have another panel in about 15 minutes. May I say something? I'd like to thank the state of Rondônia and also thank you, the federal government, for putting up this space, this auditorium, where we can discuss topics that are very important for our environment. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Calma, que eu estou prestando atenção aqui, já entendi. Ei, Pedro. Tá, fechado. Vai chegar, pode apostar. A Raquel tá chegando já. Mas eu vou começar. Eu aceito. Obrigado, Camille. Alô, alô. Ei. Oh, oh. Oi, Débora. Tem, né? Tem lugar para todo mundo. Tá contado. Tem 7 cadeiras. Estou esperando alguém me responder dos governadores. Bom, bom dia. Bom dia, obrigado pela presença. Uma alegria.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. It's very good to have all of you here with us this morning. If you're still on the sides, please take a seat. Thank you all for being here. My name is Glauber Piva. I'm Chief of Staff for the Northeastern States Consortium, and it's very good to be here. It's a bit difficult to get here today. We're waiting for Governor Geronimo to make it through security. We also will have the governor from Ceará, Elmano de Freitas. He's also in line to get here. We will have Raquel Lira from Pernambuco and Eduardo Sodré from Bahia. But we will start despite them not being here. Their being here is going to really bring everything we've been doing together very well. We will have 2 panel members, Pedro Lima, and who works in the Northeastern Consortium as well. And we have Natalia Diaz here to represent the BNDES. She works as Director of Market and Finance. And let me tell you a little bit about the history behind the Caatinga Fund. We've heard from Lula himself and Marina defend the idea of having a Caatinga Fund. So this fund arises from a meeting we had with Director Teresa Campello and President of the BNDES, Mercadante. Teresa Campello said we have to have a fund for Caatinga, a seed bank, we have to look at all the technology that is used for carbon capturing. And so we created, during the month of July, a working group with the BNDES, the Brazilian Development Bank. We've been working weekly with them, and we presented this proposal to create the Caatinga Fund. This was a proposition we made to the Environmental Ministry. I'd like to greet all who are here, my friend, Matumani, worked for SOS Atlantic Forest. And I will start right away by giving the floor to Pedro Lima, Subsecretary for our consortium, and he's going to present a summary of this Caatinga Fund. Good morning, everyone, both those who are here in the room and those who are watching us on YouTube. I hope lots of people in Brazil are watching. As I was telling Natalia, the original objective, or the primary objective before having an actual fund, is to show the world and Brazil as well what Caatinga is like. This is a very Brazilian biome that even Brazilians do not know about. Inside the Northeastern Consortium, it's a pleasure for us to be able to be here alongside these political leaders who have been working very well, who have been motivating us to enable us to present Caatinga to the world. So we will hear from the different governors we've already mentioned. They've been doing great work in that sense. The idea behind the Caatinga Fund starts from a conversation we had with the BNDES, because we understand that Caatinga, this typically Brazilian biome that has more than 5,000 species of fauna and flora, a fifth of which is exclusive to this biome, is a region which has evolved and adapted. All these species have evolved and adapted to be able to survive in an area where there is very low rainfall, very long dry period, and a very vulnerable biome to climate change. Its genetic heritage allows us to deal even better with or to show us a way to deal with climate change. But of course, this biome is suffering a lot. And it's part of the three environmental problems we are facing, which back in COP 28, or rather ECHO 92 was presented as being very relevant. So how to fight desertification, and the more urgent problem, which is what brings us here, climate change, as well as loss of biodiversity. Caatinga might be a part of the solution to the three problems, because Caatinga has a direct relationship between deforesting, desertification, and CO2 emissions and biodiversity loss. So all five factors feed themselves. The land becomes less productive, so I deforest more and I emit more CO2. It's a vicious cycle. So what's the current situation? Over the last year, we've been mapping the biome. The data is still not final. Thank you very much to Mapa Biomas, who has been working on these maps, and other institutes that have helped us, INSTA, the Semi-Arid Institute, and a specific group from the university who is working on this. But back in 2021, we have data that shows that 1,400 square kilometers have been deforested, which means 18 million tons of CO2 emitted because of deforestation. This is direct emissions. But Caatinga retains more than 70% of carbon in the soil, so gradually these 1,400 square kilometers could emit an additional 30 million tons of CO2, because 70 to 80% of the carbon is stored in its soil. Today we have 1 million hectares of degraded soil, what we call desertification. And these 1 million hectares are only retaining 10 million tons of carbon today. And we have 4,000 hectares which we are on the lookout for to make sure they're not desertified. And this is a study that comes from all our partners. It's scientific evidence. This is the current situation we have. So why do we think this fund is necessary? Why are we proposing to have this fund right now and acting on Caatinga right now? The cycle of deforestation, desertification, and CO2 emission I talked about, if we work now on these 4,000 square kilometers that are not desertified yet, we can retain 40 million tons of CO2 from being emitted. We can avoid 40 million tons of CO2 from being emitted. So we would be able to take advantage of the capacity Caatinga has to absorb and retain carbon in the soil to fight climate change. Caatinga is a wonderful biome. It's incredible. It's one of the biomes in the world and in Brazil that's most efficient in terms of carbon absorption from the atmosphere because it absorbs carbon throughout the year, consuming very little water. We have studies, one from INSA, one from CBC, showing that Caatinga absorbs between 3 to 8 tons of carbon per year. It's a big variation, but it depends on the site, of course. It can vary from one site to the other. The same goes for the Amazon. So on average, 3 to 8. In 2021, as I said, we deforested 1,400 square kilometers, and I'll stick to square kilometers so we don't get confused here. But on average, in the 10 previous years, and this is an average because this is what we look at for the Amazon fund, we look at averages and we want to have a similar fund based on the Amazon fund. The average for the 10 years that came before was 7,700 square kilometers. So in 2021, in Caatinga, we had a reduction of 6,300 square kilometers that weren't deforested. And if we use the same math as for the Amazon fund, this should allow me to generate credits of $400 million that I can take to the market. So the Amazon fund works by saying, first I will preserve and then I'll ask for a donation. But we've already preserved. And this is due to the political struggle done by all these political figures that were coming to COP, despite the fact that the federal government wasn't here. So this work has already started, and if we were able to do the same as is done with the Amazon fund, then this is what we would have. But we want to do more. We don't want to only work on deforestation. We want to recover these zones. Caatinga today is a huge box just waiting to absorb carbon from the atmosphere. So what we have to do is learn how to do it and get it done. We can recover 1 hectare of Caatinga with agroforestry, taking into account the fact that Caatinga has about 50% of family agriculture in Brazil. It's the only semi-arid biome in the world where the population isn't nomad. It produces their own food there locally. So we want to have agroforestry to recover this area. We want to have sustainable food production. We want social inclusion, and it costs 15,000 reais at the most to recover 1 hectare of Caatinga and have it produce food, have it be agroforestry, and stock carbon. So at the most, to recover all with the highest possible cost, it is 15 million reais for all the area we want to recover. And as I mentioned, if we use the same logic as for the Amazon fund, we would have been able to get 400 million in financing just because of what we've done so far. So to close, I just want to tell you a story which shows me how certain I am that we will be able to get it done. The Northeastern Consortium team is composed of 11 people, and we do a whole lot. Consortium is present on various fronts. Every now and then, people come to me and say, "How many people work with you?" And we say, "Oh, there's 11 people." People are kind of, they step back and say, "Just 11?" And I say, "Well, no, it's 55 million people. We are just their representatives." And this is why we know that it will get done, because the 55 million people that back us do not accept or do not take no for an answer. They know how valuable Caatinga is. They're going to show the world its value, and they're going to make sure that Caatinga, which is contributing to the three problems I mentioned, is going to be a solution for us to learn how to use this area, this region, which is a box, to retain carbon from the environment through food production, social inclusion, and to transform Caatinga into what it could be. I would have loved our environmental state secretary to make it here, because he is a biologist. He could present this better, and I'm sure he will when he arrives. He has a more technical background. I'm just a lawyer, but I'm certain that we will get there because of the partnership with the BNDES. So I will go back to you, Glauber, and maybe we can hear from Natalia.
Thank you, Pedro. Eduardo is also a lawyer. He's not a biologist, actually. I'm very happy to see Débora from Sergipe, also Werner from Rio Grande do Norte. They are Northeastern State secretaries. Guimarães Rosa wrote about Sertão, the Brazilian outback. And he used to say that life goes up and down, warmer and colder, and what life wants from us is courage. The governors of northeastern states decided to create a consortium, an interstate consortium for sustainable development of the Northeast that uses certain pacts. So we reunite in chambers such as the environmental chamber. We put the governors together in order to share products, interstate projects. The Brazilian Development Bank is a partner for this consortium, which is a key partner in this very important moment, this turning point for Brazil. We are present at COP also because we resumed our links with the Brazilian National Development Bank, BNDES, that also supports the program called Sertão Vivo, the Living Brazilian Outback. We see that the 9 states in the northeastern region having received 9 billion Brazilian reais to be allocated for the local population, and this is the result of political will, of a political momentum. So it's important for us to recognize the courage, the braveness of the NDES, and I really wanted to acknowledge Alice Mercadante, the president of the bank, Teresa Campelo, and I know how much the NDES struggled to expand the bidding process that initially should only cover 4 states. So I would like to thank you very much and to give you the floor, Natalia, because for us, the Brazilian National Development Bank is a driver of development in the semi-arid region in Brazil, and we are very thankful for your support for Fundo Caatinga. Thank you, Glauber. Thank you, Pedro, as well. Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to be here with you. I have the difficult very difficult task to talk on behalf of Teresa Campelo and Aloysio Mercadante and this panel, which is so important for us, and here to discuss the development of Fundo Caatinga that is intertwined with the Sustainability Fund and the social environmental journey of the Brazilian National Development Bank. So we are very happy to be here and to be in connection with this mission in the northeastern area of Brazil, this very important region. And I'd like to congratulate the Interstate Consortium for the struggle, for the resistance, and for remaining a hub of ideas, ideas that are so important for Brazil. So you somehow defended us in the past years, and that's great to know we are back together again and working jointly in order to make the ideas turn into reality. So when we think about Caatinga, Caatinga is the only biome that is exclusively Brazilian. So when we think about our sustainability journey, we have to take the Caatinga into account. Pedro mentioned some figures, and you know what? The region spans 600,000 square kilometers. The region is very populated. Almost 21 million people living in the region, and also it represents, it accounts for a huge amount of family agriculture. So at the Brazilian National Bank, it's very important to combine environmental restoration and socioeconomic impact. For us, that's the importance of catching a fund. So together with the Interstate Consortium for the Northeast, we've been trying to tackle the challenge prevailing in the region. On the one hand, the region has opportunities. However, 62% of the area are under desertification risk. So this is the challenge we have ahead. So we are trying to set up a new structure to tackle these issues. For the Brazilian National Development Bank, it is possible to use the Caatinga Fund to put together two successful experiences. One is the Amazon Fund, namely a fund that raises funds based on uh, carbon emissions that have been avoided in the past years. So we determine how many funds we are able to raise, and one of the first measures taken by President Aloysio Mercadante and Teresa Campelo was to reestablish the steering committee. So we resumed the fundraising. I work in the capital market branch, so I'm doing the fundraising for the Amazon Fund. And yesterday we signed the donation from the United Kingdom, Switzerland, United States, Japan. So we have been able to accelerate the fundraising. So we want to bring this expertise in terms of fundraising, but also in developing a pipeline for products in the regions, the same way we did with the Amazon Fund, but now for Caatinga Fund. So this is a very positive aspect. On the other hand, we have a background of operation in the area, which is key. When it comes to funding projects, it's essential and necessary to have experience in the field. We have funded over 31,000 cisterns in the region. We benefited 125,000 families in the region. So we have an experience. And recently, we launched the Sertão Vivo, Living Brazilian Outback, that we allocate 8 billion reais to the region. So we have experience in the region. We have a background in the region, so we can put both expertises and successful experiences together for the Caatinga Fund. As for our strategic objective and our cooperation with the Interstate Consortium, we want to restore the biome, implementing sustainable management practices, seeds banks, and involving the local population. As you know, the biome has a potential to storage carbon, so we think we can use this in order to fight climate change and also to enhance this environmental heritage that we have in the region. And also, as I said at the beginning, there is a social environmental component that is very strong. So we have to reinforce the productive systems in the region, namely family agriculture, involving the local population. This is very important for us to have a successful initiative, a successful mission at Caatinga Fund. Of course, there are challenges on the way. And maybe the major challenge, going back to what Pedro said, is showcasing Caatinga to Brazil. And it's wonderful to be here also to showcase Caatinga to the world. I hope this is only the first panel that will address this topic. Many people are unaware of the potential that we can unlock in Caatinga. Our governor, Hermano de Freitas, has just arrived, so I'd like to please invite him to join us. So, please, Natalia. Yes, so the major challenge is to showcase Caatinga to Brazil and to the world. We raise funds, and of course that the Amazon is more in the news, but we need to create a new space and a momentum for Caatinga biome. And I believe that we can take advantage of our experiences as well. The Amazon Fund is 100% donation from governments, but why not relying on the private initiative as well that can give extra funds to finance the energy transition, to fight against climate change? We could think of a flexible mechanism that would be in dialogue with the private sector so that we could have the Brazilian National Development Bank label, because it's a bank that knows how to structure a fund, how to issue projects, and we could use this partnership to raise funds in the private market, so we could have a public-private partnership, give scale to this initiative, and have the volume that we need in order to create the fund. So we are very much excited at the Brazilian National Development Bank. We have weekly meetings with the Interstate Consortium for Sustainable Development of the Northeast. This is an unprecedented initiative, and it's about defending a biome that is exclusively Brazilian, and tapping into the experience of the Brazilian National Development Bank and the Interstate Consortium. Count on us. This is only the beginning of a fruitful partnership. Thank you, Natalia. Dear Governor Emmanuel, before giving you the floor, I want to tell you something. Yesterday, I was in a panel with Célia Chacriabá, the indigenous MP, and Túlio Gardelha from Pernambuco, and we discussed about desertification. And it was said that the COP as a whole is the very materialization of what Krenak says that are the ideas to postpone the end of the world. So there is this climate anxiety going on, a prevailing feeling that leads us to ask how far will we go? How can we avoid the downfall of the skies, as Schopenhauer says? And I believe that Caatinga is one of these ideas to postpone the end of the world. We have 63% of the population of the northeastern region living in the Caatinga region, the Caatinga biome. So Caatinga counts on 1.3 billion family farmers, and these are not nomadic population. They live and produce in the region, as it has been mentioned by Pedro and Natalia already. And now, thanks to Lula's administration, we have been able to transfer resources and funds to the region through projects such as Floresta Viva, the Living Forest, Sertão Vivo, the Living Brazilian Outback, um, and we are going to have more 60 millions that will be allocated via Brazilian Development Bank. This is really unprecedented. When we launch Caatinga Fund, we are also talking about funds to finance seedlings banks, cistern programs. I mean, programs that already exist, technologies that already exist, programs that are carried out in a very small scale by the population, and we want to give volume to it. We are also talking about the natural heritage of Caatinga biome that can give us important lessons on how to deal with extreme weather events. It will allow us to invest in education, in the expansion of public policies, and the fight against desertification. So it's a whole set of possibilities. And as you know, Caatinga stores carbon dioxide, captures carbon dioxide differently from the Amazon that kidnaps actually Caatinga, it removes, it captures the carbon dioxide and does not release it. So the balance is always positive when it comes to Caatinga biome. So we presented this proposal for the government. We proposed a partnership with the Brazilian National Development Bank because it's important for us to support these mechanisms, these technologies, and also expand monitoring, oversight, assessment tools. So this is this series of tools that we want to enable. And I give you the floor, Mr. Governor. Good morning. Thank you very much. Glauber, Pedro, Natalia, good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here in this panel of the Interstate Consortium for the Sustainable Development of the Northeast with the participation of the Brazilian National Development Bank. And thanks to the momentum we are undergoing, we can have a positive and proactive approach to the Northeastern region and to the fight against climate change. The Northeast can highly contribute because we have a high potential for renewable energies production. So the governors of northeastern states understand very clearly how important it is to prioritize this agenda because it's very important also for the socioeconomic development. So it is essential to enhance wind energy production, solar energy production, offshore energy production. It's part of the socioeconomic development that will also contribute to decarbonization. And on the top of that, other initiatives are important, such as the protection of Caatinga biome. And not only actually Brazilian biomes. Traditionally, in Brazil, we've protected the Amazon. However, we should also entail the protection of other biomes. So we, governors of northeastern states, shall have a political budget and environmental approach towards the preservation of the Caatinga biome. It should be as important as protecting the Amazon, the Brazilian wetlands, the Brazilian savanna or cerrado, because all biomes are degraded, are impacted. So the governors must act upon. In the context of the interstate consortium, the Caatinga funds means understanding we have a very specific biome with a considerable population living in this biome and living from this biome. And we have some initiatives being adopted in our states. They are very important, but we need to have more funds and more resources to support the population that are in the front line, that preserve the environment, but that do not have the necessary support, such as indigenous communities that have always worked towards environmental preservation, and we needed to intensify our support to these communities. In the state of Pará, we have a partnership with FUNAI, the Brazilian Institute for Indigenous Communities, to expand the demarcation of indigenous lands. FUNAI had been dismantled in the previous administration, and now we need to increase financial support to FUNAI's operations. And on the top of that, we have other fundings, such as the Sertão Vivo and funding from the states, so that we can assist projects aimed at Quilombola communities, former slaves communities, and indigenous communities. It is very important to support the demarcation of indigenous lands giving better living conditions for this population. 95% of my state is composed of a Caatinga biome, so most of the population living in the state of Ceará do live in Caatinga. So we needed to provide support to this population, be it Quilombola community, family agriculture farmers. It is very important to give them some support and to preserve our biome. In the state of Ceará, we've recently approved a project that was based on lots of research. We've just passed a law for payment for environmental services, and we are in the moment of carrying out assessments and studies that will entail a new regulation for payment for environmental services. I see Vilma, who is present, also our State Secretary for the Environment. He's also present in the audience. So we are discussing together with the civil society and the universities how we can create a regulation and a remuneration for the population providing environmental services. So we have this population that traditionally preserve Caatinga because they need the biome for their very survival. However, they are not compensated for the preservation of this very important biome. So for us, it is very important to have in place payment for environmental services to remunerate their activities and to understand that the preservation of Caatinga is an activity that needs to be paid for. Lula made a speech and he mentioned that vulnerable population they have to choose between feeding themselves and exploiting the forest economically. So this is not a good option. This is not a good alternative. We have to overcome this dichotomy and to provide good living conditions and good livelihoods while preserving Caatinga. So thanks to the governor of Bahia, Jerônimo, who launched the proposal of Caatinga Fund. We have this proposal, and I personally think it's very important to have access to public funding, but also to private funding, to echo your comment, Natalia. I support the idea of discussing with big-sized companies that wish to invest in greener hydrogen and companies that have a very solid background in ESG and that can contribute to this type of funds. We have a program called the Sun Income, which means companies producing green hydrogen can use part of their income to fund energy produced by local communities. And by local communities, I mean indigenous population, population living in agrarian farm land, because if this population, they have income coming from solar energy production, this population will not be tempted to degrade the environment. So the resources from these companies can be also allocated to Caatinga Fund, and we can use these funds to implement a payment for environmental services systems that will remunerate this population for this very important work they are carrying out. Just to give you an idea, we have 20 billion reais undertakings, and one company producing green hydrogen in the state of Ceará will invest this money. And if all projects and proposals would be approved, we would have over 100 billion made available. And we can actually have up to 200 to 3 billion reais of investment only when it comes to green hydrogen. So if we can replicate this idea, it would be excellent. And I believe that a Caatinga Fund can be a source of inspiration for the preservation of other biomes in our country. And I believe this will be very positive for Brazil because Brazil can play a leading role with the return of Lula to power, and we can connect this with a new economy that we should build, where environmental preservation is part of the budget of the new economies. We needed to rethink the Brazilian economy. We needed to rethink commodity production, and we must include the environmental production and the bill and the budget, including public and private funds to remunerate the ones who preserve the environment. So it's important to work towards this aim. And I'm very happy because the governors of northeastern states totally agree and understand that it is very important to carry out preservation. In the state of Ceará, it's not only understanding, it's a matter of existence because 95% of our population live in Caatinga biome. So that's what is at stake for us. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
A gente é que agradece, governador. Eu quero chamar aqui o governador.
We are the ones who thank you. I would like to call Governor Jerônimo Rodrigues from Bahia. He had a hard time with his badge, it seems. Just to comment on what was just said by Governor Eumano, the state of Ceará has a huge portion of its territory in Caatinga. And they have Cariri there, which is less rustic vegetation than in Caatinga. And there you have the Araripe Chapada. And I want to highlight something which was stated before, which is having this area, the Chapada of Araripe, be recognized as natural heritage site. And this is a way to give even more visibility to this land in the Northeast. So I just wanted to mention that. And we're going to have a seminar, if I'm not mistaken, next week to talk precisely about this proposal of having it be a heritage site. So I'm going straight to you, Governor Geronimo. I have no alternative. You've just barely made it, and now it's up to you. And then we will have questions. So we had the presentation about the Caatinga Fund, how important the funds are for research to support local technologies, to fight desertification. We have Natalia from the BNDES. Pedro works in the consortium. And the BNDES, since July, we've set up a working group with them with weekly meetings to try and design this fund that was presented to Minister Marina Silva just the other day. Good morning, everyone. Greetings to our dear president from the BNDES. Hello, senators, congressmen, and women. I think this topic is relevant first because those of us who come from the Northeast, with time, we have been contributing for the whole country. The North and the Northeast of Brazil has contributed to develop the country. For a very long time, we provided raw material, labor, intelligence, but there wasn't equalitarian development of this area because of the fact that Brazil was a colony at a given point. We never had the opportunity to really plan. So it was Portugal who planned the future of Brazil, and then was England, the United States. They determined what they wanted from us, as is the case for any colony. And today we have an economic, cultural, and political importance, and we have to occupy the whole country. This was lacking in the North for a very long time. The image that was presented to the world and to Brazil was that the North and the Northeast were regions that were very dependent. So now we want to be able to overcome this prejudice and not have one region be better or worse than the other. This is what the Northeastern Consortium is trying to establish, not have us be superior or inferior. Lula's model talks about integration, talks about recreating the country, rebalancing it. And we can interpret this in terms of economic, cultural, and public policies. But it also has to do with space, use of space, and the project you have for that space. We cannot develop as a country if inequalities remain. And regional inequalities in themselves are very strong. We have specific features, very dry seasons or heavy rainfalls. This is a given. And when we see the Amazon, a region that for so long has had heavy rains, and now you see droughts and rivers drying up, it seems not normal, and it isn't. Now, in the Northeast, we've been used to seeing people lack water, or we're used to water scarcity. And it's very difficult to see all these changes that are taking place. So, the Northeastern Consortium is going to count on the help of 2 governors who are not from the region and 5 others. And this started in the previous administration. A previous administration, I want to mention that, made our country absent abroad, and when it was present, it wasn't as its own subject. It didn't have a place. And I'm not talking about political parties here. I'm talking about the fact that Brazil was absent from the international fora, and now Lula is occupying that space. He's back in the negotiation table, and he's going to say what Brazil is willing to do. And Brazil is going to do a lot, but we are here with our heads up high. We are doing our work. We are doing what needs to be done, but we also need to make sure that we are making claims on what other countries need to do in terms of their own responsibilities. And so the Caatinga Fund today is precisely about that. We don't want to go against the Amazon, the Pampa, or any other biome. We just want to emphasize that yes, we need a fund for the Amazon, but we also need to give room for other biomes to exist. So Caatinga, the Brazilian Pampa also need to have public policies guided for them, guided towards their problems. So we need to make sure that congressmen and congresswomen are able to get this done in their own houses at the local levels, but also in the national, federal level. For the federal government, for the executive branch, we've made it very clear that we're not asking for favors. We've made it clear to Minister Marina. We just want to make sure that we have possibilities that in Bahia, about 84% of it is semi-arid. I was born in a municipality that produces cocoa in Bahia. This, when I was a child, used to be the Atlantic Forest. And if you look at Aiquara, Itaúna, and other municipalities, they are currently characterized as being semi-arid zones. So we grew up and saw our biomes change, and this was a choice I made. This was due to the international context and now also to the national context. So when we talk about these topics, we have to be accountable. We know our own responsibilities. We do not want to draw funds away from the Amazon Fund or any other fund. However, we want to make sure that there is a debate taking place about the opportunities for other biomes that also need to be seen. So this is our contribution. The Northeastern Consortium has been helping us a lot to unite for our agenda, and we cannot talk about environmental change without some kind of transition. This transition is already taking place on our side, and we are here to show the world what we're doing, that we have responsibility, and we will continue to do it with union and strength. Thank you. Thank you, Governor Jerônimo Rodrigues from Bahia. I'd like to call Secretary Eduardo Sodré, State Secretary for the Environment in Bahia. And we have many congressmen and congresswomen who are here: Afonso, Eliton do Curso, João Paulo Costa, Rafaela Camaraense, I've mentioned, is State Secretary for Paraíba, Vilma Freire, Débora Dias from the state of Sergipe, Governor Raquel Lira from Pernambuco has also made it, Mário Mantovani, president of a foundation for forests, Verni from Rio Grande do Norte, Daniel Oliveira, Secretary for Piauí, Senator Augusta Brito, who was here just a while back. Thank you, Governor Raquel. Thank you, Eduardo. You've all had trouble making it here this morning, so you're all, everything is okay with the delays. I apologize for those who are here to watch this panel because maybe we will not have time for debate as we would have hoped. We still have 60 minutes to close this panel, and because if we don't want to put Governor Raquel on the spot, as we did with Governor Geronimo, I'm going to ask Eduardo to speak for 4 minutes so the governor can arrive and get acquainted, and then we will go to her. So just to let you know, Eduardo, we've talked about the fund. I keep calling him Dudu because we are friends, close friends. I apologize for that. So the governors have talked about the Caatinga and what it represents for their states. And as coordinator of this chamber, environmental chamber for the consortium, please, you have 4 minutes. Good morning, everyone. I apologize for the delays. We had problem with security. As coordinator on the topic of environment, I see lots of state secretaries here. Paraíba, Sergipe, Piauí, Ana Luisa for the state of Pernambuco, Rio Grande do Norte as well, Vilma from Ceará. Lots of the environment state secretaries are here, and we've had meetings in our consortium to highlight priorities. The choice of the Caatinga biome, which is an exclusively Brazilian biome and exclusively northeastern as well. We've come together to show the potential that the Northeast has, that this biome has, and the potential for transition more specifically. So if we want to talk about fair environmental and economic transition, then you need to look at the development of this area. as a consortium of states which are united, we need to work towards that goal of having people look at this biome. And it's not about the standing forest, as is the case of the Amazon, but we know the potential of Caatinga as a carbon capture mechanism, a carbon capturing mechanism. I'm sure you've talked about it before. So we're now launching the idea of the fund. The discussion will continue in Brazil over the next few months so that we can set it up and have resources going into it. It's important to have the BNDES working with us as well, but you can rest assured that it will get done. We're uniting all these states and we're showing that we're strong. The Northeast is strong. We need efficient public policies, and I will not go into more details. I will just give the floor to Governor Raquel. Let me tell you something that very few people know. When I called Natalia to talk on behalf of BNDES, I mentioned the importance of having the partnership between the consortium and the BNDES and the importance that Teresa Campello, Director for the Environment at the Development Bank, has had. What I didn't tell you is that we were there talking to her about some other topic. And I didn't tell you that we were standing close to a table where were Governor Raquel Lira and Teresa Campello talking about the program we have for water tanks, the risk for desertification in the area. And because we were there in the middle of the conversation that was taking place between the two, Raquel Lira and Teresa Campello, we saw the possibility of presenting this fund. So I'm sharing with you a somewhat of a secret of how this came about. Northeast is where we have two women governors, Fatima and Raquel. And Raquel had her birthday yesterday, so a round of applause for her. I apologize for having forgotten this, and I knew about it. I apologize. I'm so sorry.
Jerônimo, meu mano. Eu quero agradecer muito
Thank
ao
you, Jerônimo Hermano. Thank you for the Interstate Consortium for the Northeast. We've working together, and it's an honor for me to have been elected as governor. And the way I was welcomed at the consortium, this was wonderful. It is a team. We work together jointly, aware that the frontiers of our states do not divide us apart. Quite on the contrary, it puts us together. Together, we are stronger. So I want to thank you and congratulate BNDES, Eduardo and Natalia. Thank you very much for the partnership between the Brazilian National Development Bank and the Interstate Consortium, as well as the partnership with the state of Pernambuco. And if you allow me, I'd like to give you an overview. I see Diogo here. Thank you. Ana Luisa with our team. Hello to Carla, Samantha. In the state of Pernambuco, in the Brazilian northeastern states, we have the challenge of facing extreme weather events. We have, as you know, a coastline that is impacted by rainfall. In the city of Recife, which is below sea level, we are very much affected, but we also have the Brazilian outback Sertão that is faced with droughts and desertification. As a consequence, we must all strive for improving our resilience, improving the livelihoods of our population. We have 10 million people living in Pernambuco, 30% in the metropolitan area, and the rest living in neighboring areas. We needed to invest in infrastructure because we needed to have access to drinking water. 2 million people do not have access to drinkable water in Pernambuco. They live in a situation of food insecurity. So energy transition, ecological transition always means including people. It is a tripod: environment, economic development, and social justice. Whenever we think about our economy, it is essential to have social inclusion. We have advancements such as Auxílio Brasil, but we need way more in order to eliminate hunger in our state. We launched the Economic Change and Green Plan with clear metrics, with clear priorities, and there is a website, permei.com.br. It has a decarbonization component supported by GIS, the German Institute. And this is one of the initiatives that will allow the state of Pernambuco to develop itself without leaving anyone behind. And here I want to talk about uh, inclusion of women. We have a state that needed to raise funds for funding and financing of projects. We signed a partnership with BNDES for agroecology projects. We also have Projeta Viva project, the Living Forest project. And in this context, we entered into a partnership with Caatinga. We have 30 million from BNDES, 30 million from the state of Pernambuco for regenerative projects in the Caatinga biome. So we are somehow uh, engaging in payment for environmental services. We have this legislation in Pernambuco, but it was not being complied with. This legislation shall have a social component because the most vulnerable population that oftentimes explore Caatinga because that's a means of subsistence for them, they needed to be included. They needed to receive cash so that they can uh, afford the preservation of the biome because some population they use, for instance, wood, timber for cooking, for their most basic needs, but there are so many alternatives we can provide them with. When we see the industrial sector and the state, we have, for instance, the green hydrogen plan, and it would be great to align our renewable energy capacity, such as the wind energy capacity, and put this in favor of the production of green environment so we can put together the protection of the environment and social inclusion and economic development. It is all together. And it's very important to put the economic development in a different perspective, not looking back, not trying and reproducing the industry from the past, but quite aware that we have a new industry, a new sector with great opportunities and possibilities of becoming part of the solution. And that's the image we want to convey of the northeastern states, not as a problem, but as a solution, made in terms of renewable energy production, social inclusion, and environmental protection. I'm talking about 200 million Brazilian reais that the state of Pernambuco has in terms of environmental compensation. So we can have a vast budget to fund the maintenance of our forests, of our biome, and the generation of these areas. We are going to be a granary of new opportunities. And we have this mission of planting 4 million trees. And I discussed this with our team, and they asked me, where did this figure come from? 4 million, because we needed to get started. And yesterday I met Ivone, the mayor of a city in Serra. And she told me that on her own, she planted 997,000 trees. And I said, well, if the mayor was able to do that in a small sized city in an African country, how come we are not able to do that at the level of our state? So you can all be very confident we take this issue seriously in the state of Pernambuco. We have a working group that is set up in partnership with lots of departments so that every undertaking taking place in the city of Pernambuco can be translated into environmental gains and not otherwise. So this is our motto, but not only our behavior, our approach, and we need funds. Now, in the world, we hear 1 trillion. I mean, I hope this money can reach Caatinga because Caatinga will save us and allow us to rebuild the economy of the Brazilian Northeast, investing in technology, education, research. Thank you. Thank you so much, Governor. And I see Gabriela is telling me that we should close the panel. She's very nice, but she's very strict because this room will be auto-destructed in a few minutes. I'm sorry. Someone had asked the floor, but so many things happened, and I won't be able to open for questions. But here we formalized the launch of Caatinga Fund. We've submitted this proposal to the federal government. Our president is very much aware of this proposal. Also, the Ministry of the Environment, Marina Silva. Caatinga, our very special biome, has never been considered as a forest. It is a semi-arid rainforest with very specific characteristics, and it should be acknowledged as such. So we ask for your support from all levels. We are very much optimistic about this perspective. Greetings on behalf of the Governor, João Azevedo, the president of our interstate consortium. He's the governor of Paraíba, but I'd like to thank the other governors for being here. I'd like also to thank you for reaching our panel despite all difficulties we had at the entrance. Also the representatives of the Brazilian National Development Bank that are here with us. And now we have two activities. First, we're going to have a family photo, and later we're going to have another photo with the audience as well. We want to really have a big picture with everybody that want to be part of this proposal that we are submitting to the government of the Caatinga Fund. Thank you.
Boa tarde. Eu queria pedir muita compreensão de todos. A gente tem que organizar o próximo painel. I'm so sorry for yesterday.
No, don't worry. The team were calling me. That's why I was okay. I just have a quick question. I don't know if Nayara has spoken to you. So when we have signs like that in the audience, it's your choice as to whether we show them or not?
No.
So we've had hecklers and people standing up asking something. Do you want us to not show any of them?
You can show the people asking. It's
But
okay.
sometimes they do it in the middle of the panel, like they're protesting, they're heckling.
Oh,
Do you
okay.
want me to show that or not? It's your choice.
Be democratic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we show it if it's someone standing up and saying something.
Yeah.
Fine, we will stream the noise.
No.
And if it's a sign, I don't show it.
Yeah.
If they interfere, it's not a opening to question. Don't tape it.
Fine.
But if they open for questions, it's viable and they ask it for, you can show. But if not, stay with them.
Fine.
Yeah.
Understood. Thank you.
O presidente da FAFé, eles querem, na verdade, visitar o escritório. O Maurício pode estar aqui.
Sentar perto da televisão.
Quem tem que sentar perto da televisão? Aqui nesses dois.
Claro. Tudo bem, como vai?
A Tatiana, que é a nossa CEO do escritório aqui no Dubai. Aí representa para todo o Oriente Médio e para o Norte da África. Apex. Índia, eu esqueci, desculpa.
Pequenininha.
E o Marcelo reclama que ele é Colômbia, Panamá e Centro-América. Até ele vir pra cá.
Eu tenho mais eu falo pra ele vir fazer Cara,
Eu vou pedir para ele
mas ele não aceita aqui, não. Cadê?
A gente puxa, eu puxo. Ah, não pode, verdade, que tem que ser conectados. Vamos posicionar já os microfones?
Posicionar os.
Tem um pano.
Eu vou falar ao pessoal para posicionar.
naquele cantinho. E quando der pra terminar, vai ter uma festa, eu vou mostrar, tá? Aí vocês ficam de olho pra vocês terminarem. Aí, sempre um. Tá? E eu só vou pedir para não acender depois, tá? Que a gente vai fazer só. Tá? Tô esperando. Tá delicado, eu fico também com medo.
Just imagine, you know, if I go to our treasury 3-4 years ago and said, why don't we put £40 billion into insulation? Why don't we put it into cleaner heating system? And you know what? Emissions will come down and the bills will come down. I'm pretty sure I know what the answer is. About life and that as well. And the one thing that answer is
Pronto, 2 minutos. Eu vou pedir desculpas porque a gente vai falar um pouquinho embaixo. Como vocês estão vendo, a gente compartilha o espaço com o Reino Unido.
I'd like to apologize that we're going to speak a bit low because we're sharing the area with the United Kingdom. So we are trying to find a compromise so that we can both work together.
Mas só para explicar e pedir que no final a gente tente também manter um pouquinho
And please,
pouco de barulho baixo.
let's try to reduce the noise.
Ela tem que ir lá falar, o pessoal tá falando muito alto lá. Precisa falar pro Zul. Eles abaixaram um pouco lá.
Gabi, depois pede pra eles lá.
Ontem não tava assim. Ontem não tava assim. Hoje ela tá.
É uma disputa.
Bom, bom dia, bem-vindos. Vamos
Good
começar.
morning. Welcome. Let's start our panel on defossilization and the contribution of biogas. We have AFACER, APLA, Itaipu Binacional, and Parque do Itaipu. So a brief presentation. Today, developing countries have only 10% of global wealth. However, they are responsible for 40% of the production of green energy. This panel will try and approach the green transition in the global south. We are going to be talking about defossilization as a possible alternative. If you allow me, I would like to present our panelists, Isabella Bolognese, Head for the Environment, Sustainability, and ESG. Eduardo de Miranda, Director of Business and Undertakings at Parque de Itaipu. Flávio Castellari, Director General at APLA. And Benjamin Ferreira Neto, Vice President of Anfacer Board, the ceramic tile company. How are we going to proceed? We are going to have between 5 and 7 minutes each to discuss the projects. Then we're going to have a Q&A session. And if you want, of course, you can ask questions. So first of all, I would like to hear Eduardo de Miranda. You have the floor. Good morning.
Bom dia. Bom dia.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Bom dia.
Agora ele vai parar de falar.
Bom dia a todas e a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Tá baixo.
Ué, não tá funcionando. O meu tá. Alô? Alô?
Bom dia a todas e a todos. Acredito que agora funcionou, né?
I believe you can hear me now. So I'm very happy to be here. On behalf of Parque Tecnológico Itaipu and CBiogas, I'll be talking about the production of biogas, biomethane, and some experiences that we have at Itaipu Binacional. We are located in Foz do Iguaçu, state of Paraná. Itaipu is one of the largest industries of renewable energy in Brazil, and we invest in green energy production, sustainability, and environmental preservation. And this will be to show our structure. As I mentioned, the world's largest generator of renewable energy. We invest in the research of new sources of energy. We have the International Center for Biogas, founded 10 years ago, where we develop biogas research and related products. We also have the first biogas laboratory in Latin America, which is inside our park, where we have trials and tests for our ecosystem, but also for external ecosystems. As for the opportunities with biogas, we have some sources of energy, such as industrial waste, landfill, from urban areas, agribusiness waste. We can use this to generate electricity, advanced fuels, and other types of biogas. And the case I have today to present it to you is the biomethane production. We have an internal unit where we use waste from landfill and food waste from restaurants, but also organic waste. And with this waste, we produce biogas through biogas. So we refine the biomethane and we supply our fleet. We have about 44 light vehicles. As of 97, we use biomethane as a fuel to our fleet. We have been able to reuse more than 1,000 tons of waste, producing uh, 17 million tons of biomethane. And these fleets have also ran more than 16,000 kilometers in our plant where we constructed the biomethane unit in 2017. So we used all the waste produced in the area to produce the biogas and the biomethane. And on the top of biogas, we have another research line to produce the BioQAV, which is a partnership with C Biogas. We've been developing this project, which is very important for reducing carbon dioxide emission in the aviation industry. So we are now invested in this research that will start with the use of biogas that will generate an oil. We're going to add green hydrogen and produce this biocrude for aviation. The research is in progress. We are about to validate the technologies, the concept, and at a later stage, we will be able to produce in a larger scale. So this is a pilot project. Within a circular economy, Itaipu invests to improve the quality of water. So the biogas project dates back from 15 years ago, and it is in line with the idea of a circular economy that might drive income and development for the local population. In the state of Paraná, there is a lot of livestock production which affects the quality of the water in our reservoirs. So we saw it was possible to invest and have a circular economy for farmers and producers, and on the top of that, having an environmental system that would reduce the pollution and produce biogas and biomethane. So, CBiogas, Itaipu Park, and Itaipu Binational are partnering to enable the green transition in Brazil and also to create new sources of income, support for a low carbon economy, and this is our way to help the green transition in Brazil, fostering new technologies, new sources of energy, and also the energy transition as a whole. So this is our case and some of what we've been doing at our technological park in partnership with Itaipu Park and Cibiogas. Thank you very much. Now I will give the floor to Benjamin. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here and I'm very grateful. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the opportunity to share the research being carried out in the ceramic tile industry in Brazil. Thank you to Apex as well for having chosen our case. And we have the production of alcohol and tile in this sector, in this region. I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to talk about this topic. I'm honored to present a broad project of the ceramic industry in Brazil. First of all, I would like to talk about ceramic material that use raw material that is very important for the decoration industry, for the construction unit. The ceramic industry is more and more sustainable, where is ramping up. Brazil is the third producer and consumer of ceramic tiles. We are ranked 10 in consumer of natural energy, and this is very important for the energy transition. We have 60 plants in the national territory and 37 brands. In the next slide, I will show you ceramic coating. As to the production process, we have two different types. The dry coating, it is 71% of the production, and also the wet coating, which accounts for 29% of the production. During the production process, 95% of the water is reused. In 2021, we produced about 1 billion square meters, so our sector consumed 2.2 billion kilowatt-hour of electrical energy, 1.4 billion tons of renewable energy, emitting 1.8 tons of equivalent CO2. According to a study carried out by the Ceramic Center of Brazil, the emissions in Brazil are lower as compared to other countries with the same sector, such as Spain and Italy. Before presenting the biomethane case, I would like to talk about the ceramic production in the state of São Paulo. We have the production of São Paulo with 23 industries, and it is the greatest producer in the area. In here, you can see the volume of the São Paulo state production per square meter. The production includes the dry coating and the wet coating, which represents 18%. Here you can see the production in 2021, including the electric consumption of 1.12 billion kilowatt-hour, emitting almost 800 million natural gas consumption. The technical cooperation agreement was entered into 2023 in the city of Santa Gertrudes. This is a project aimed at producing biogas, which is cleaner, and we can produce with the same quality. In order to do so, we're going to have a biomethane unit that will be connected to existing pipelines. Today, the Brazilian ceramic industry is sourced with natural gas emitting 3.6 tons of equivalent carbon dioxide. When we reach 50% of biomethane and 50% of natural gas, this figure should drop to 2.21, reducing by 32%. That's our total estimate. In comparison to natural gas, São Paulo emits 2.65 equivalent carbon dioxide, and after the project, we intended to reduce it to 1.82. The target of our sector is to replace 50% of natural gas consumption with biomethane by 2030, using 1 million cubic meters per day, which will entail the reduction of 30% in carbon dioxide emissions. When it comes to sustainability, we have initiatives such as the use of hydrogen. And it's important to say that in year 2000, we launched the energy transition and we replaced the liquefied natural gas with natural gas. So we've reduced our emissions 44% less as compared to coal. We'll also advance in the project of replacement of engines of our fleet, and we will also change the systems from gas to diesel. And the transportation distances range 30 kilometers maximum. Altogether, these initiatives will most certainly entail changes that will have a positive effect in the reduction of carbon dioxide emissions, bringing about social, economic, and environmental development for Brazil and for the world. Thank you. And to conclude, I'd like to thank the Brazilian government on behalf of Apex, our partners Senai, APA, Sidcheran, Geotech, for the opportunity to showcase our sustainability initiatives.
Obrigada. O meu está funcionando? Todo mundo me ouve?
Obrigada, Anderson. Vou deixar com
Thank you.
você.
Can you hear me? Well, now I will have just a few minutes to talk about the technical aspects. I represent Geo Biogas and Carbon, which is a company that makes this bridge between the energy sector and the tile sector, ceramic tile sector. I think it's working now. We're good to go. So let me explain the biogas and biomethane production, and I'll go back to something Flavio said. The technique to produce it is quite consolidated. It's an old technique, but being able to scale it up in order to have this as an industrial process that really feeds all of the industry, for instance, for the ceramic tile industry, is precisely where we might have limitations, which is how Geo comes up to try and provide technology and references in the sector to help. Geo is a young company from 2018. It used to be called Geo Energetica. Now our name is Geo Biogas and Carbon. I will explain why later. In 2012, we had our first plant for industrial scale biogas production. And from then on, we were concerned about technological innovations that would allow us to produce biofuel to replace fossil fuel, as is the title of this panel. So the purpose is to remove fossil fuels from the Brazilian industry. To do that, we have four main support areas: engineering, which works on the end-to-end engineering projects, aligning the conceptual project all the way to execution. We also have GeoConnect, which is the other area doing the interface and real-time monitoring. Very important to have data to be able to make decisions and define exactly what needs to be changed. Then we have the lab, which is a reference at the international level in terms of research and development. We look at biogas and all its byproducts. And we have GeoGas, which does the marketing of and logistics of these products. So we want to have responsible management of the carbon cycle. And why a responsible management? What does that mean? It's what we're showing here. So we receive waste, mostly agro-industrial waste. They get to our plants, which is the purple part of the slide. When they arrive there, they go through a biodigestive process, which is anaerobic. Based on this very difficult to control process, which is why being able to produce at scale is hard, we convert this waste to biogas. We do an upgrade process to then produce biomethane. And we also produce other fuels such as SAFs, which have been talked about before and are going to replace fossil fuels for aviation, aside from other green ammonia, methanol, etc. So why do we talk about the responsible cycle? Because we also try to use it in other processes, other industrial processes that might need byproducts, which is why we have to talk about circular economy. During the anaerobic digestion process, aside from biomethane, we have a byproduct which is a biofertilizer very rich in macronutrients, and it goes back to the fields which provide us with this waste. So it replaces the synthetic fertilizers that are often used. So we have a full cycle. The cycle is fully closed. We give back to those who provide the waste in the beginning of the process, and they therefore can produce better agricultural products with better waste and better input for for the process to begin once again. So GEO is present in 4 areas of our country. We have 8 plans that look at operational processes, but also implementation. In terms of our capacities, we can go from 12,000 square meters of biomethane per day up to 72,000 per day. And this is the industrial scale. This is what makes it possible for us to be able to work with such a representative, such a strong sector as is the ceramic tile sector. Aside from the fact that it is a clean fuel and a clean process, when we look at the Brazilian energy mix, it's very diversified, as you know. It's always talked about at COPs. But when we talked about how biogas is used, it's still underused. We don't take much advantage of this fuel, which is a clean fuel, and that we now have available to be is now available to be used. So showing you this graph, you can see very well that Brazil has huge potential from the waste that is generated by the sugar industry, by agribusiness. 75 billion cubic meters of biogas per year is generated, which is equivalent to 40% of the Brazilian consumption for electricity today, or 70% for diesel, 100% of what we consume in terms of natural gas. So we have capacity to replace fossil fuels, and we need to invest and take advantage of this potential. And of course, in this context, we look at biogas, but more specifically as biomethane, as a way to be as a protagonist for the energy transition, being able to replace fossil fuels and therefore being able to contribute to reducing the impact of climate change, as we're talking about during this COP. I reinforce that this project is relevant by bringing together 2 important hubs in Brazil, which contribute to emissions. And if we start replacing fossil fuels, we could have up to 2.6 million tons of CO2 per year not being emitted. So this is in line with our SDGs, and it puts Brazil as a protagonist, as a main player of the reductions that need to happen, as we're talking about here at COP. So these very important sectors of our industries, as is the sugarcane energy sector or the Brazilian ceramic sector, being able to replace their and mitigate their greenhouse gas emissions, this is something that is very well in line with international standards. And many of these global standards are currently being reviewed here at COP. So this project encourages the circular economy with more sustainable practices in terms of agribusiness. It mitigates greenhouse emissions. It reinforces our national biofuels policy. It provides credibility for certificates and decarbonization credits. And of course, it's directly linked to the positive impacts we can have, both environmental, economic, and social, which is why this is so relevant. The technology being used is readily available for biofuel replacement. So we can explore biogas, we can explore biomethane, it is ready to go. And I'd like to close by saying that we need to look at what's taking place. Well, we are talking about Brazil, but this is relevant at the global level as well. So thank you very much. And let's open up for the debate. Last but not least, Flavio, we've been working together for decades. Can you hear me, everyone? Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Eduardo, Benjamin, Isabella. Thank you, Luciana, for moderating. Thank you, Apex, for allowing us to share a little bit of our experience with you here at COP and talk about a topic which is very important for us, which is to show the Brazilian model for production and use of bioenergy. And now I'm going to show you a positive view of sugarcane production in Brazil, which is something that we could scale up at the international level. So I represent the bioenergy cluster in Brazil. So it brings together the entire production chain. We have universities, technological parks, companies that provide the technology, fields, plants, logistics, all the way to marketing and distribution of ethanol, sugar, electric energy through the use of biomass. And now going straight to the topic that we are discussing in this panel, biogas. We're here to show COP two things, which in my opinion make the bioenergy sector in Brazil so successful, which is flexibility and diversification. In our case, using sugarcane. Today, the world produces 1.8, almost 2 billion tons of sugarcane. That's a lot of biomass, and 30% of the biomass is what we call the bagasse, the waste. It's always been used in Brazil to produce electric power. But if you remove Brazil from this equation, it's about 700 million tons. You still have 1 billion that's being produced all over the world, but it's only being used to produce sugar. So you have this plant that you can only crop once a year, harvest once a year, and you do not produce bioenergy with the waste. You know that this program started decades ago in Brazil, and we have experience and information we can share with the world about how to get this process going. At his opening speech, Lula said we had to stop with words and go straight to actions. Today, Brazil is looking for modern technology. So we're talking about green hydrogen, wind, solar, amongst others. Lots is being developed, hybrid cars, hydrogen cars. But people forget about this very abundant raw material. We have units ready to go all over Latin America, Africa, and Brazil and Asia. And if we use the model that Brazil back in 1965 established when we wanted to go away from oil and use a cleaner source of energy, which was the biomass, well, we had the plants ready because we were already producing sugar. So next to it, we built a distillery. We improved the chains. We use electricity to get it going, but we added this distillery to produce ethanol. Imagine doing that for 600 plants all over the world. With what we have in Brazil, that would be replacing, we can already replace 50% of fossil fuel consumption, gas. And it accounts for 16%. 16% of the ethanol we use in Brazil comes from sugar cane. So you can imagine how the potential this represents for the world. This technology is ready to go. And we're talking about energy. Sugar is the cheapest form of energy the human being can have access to. So let's try and look at ethanol production all over the world. We have about 103 billion of liters of ethanol being produced per year. The United States and Brazil being the biggest, Brazil with sugarcane, the United States with maize or corn. We are growing in terms of corn production as well, so we're trying to diversify the raw material we're using. And then we have a strategic partnership with India. India has evolved in ethanol use. It went from 3% to almost 20% in 2025, which is their goal. So it took them 5 years. Can you imagine how fast it is to scale up this type of production? India has just showed how easy it is to go from close to 0 to 20% in their gasoline, and all done locally with social development, economic development, and improving their country's position as a whole. So we have huge potential to spread this to produce not only ethanol, which is a source we need to be able to produce biogas, so increase ethanol production to increase gas production, which means we're not competing with food. The more sugar we produce, the more ethanol we produce, the more electricity we produce. So it's just win-win all around. And the potential we have just for liquid fuels, if you look at oil consumption, we are producing very little bioenergy, very little liquid fuel, looking at all liquid fuels together. So look at the potential we have to produce energy with liquid fuels. So what's the advantage? Well, diversification is very important. With sugarcane, you're able to produce ethanol. We're going also to be producing second generation ethanol, where you increase ethanol production by 50% with the same amount of sugarcane. So a huge potential for growth. Just to give you a sense, in Brazil, there is one specific plant operating, but 4 being built. So we could have these second generation plants that would allow us to increase production by 50% without a single without having to increase sugarcane production itself. Then we have, of course, bioelectricity, which we're looking at more and more. Now, as was mentioned, we started producing biogas, which enables us to reduce emissions. And you can increase not only bioelectricity, but you can include biomethane to be able to work with another industry, such as the ceramic tile industry, which believes that biomethane can be part of the solution for their construction sector. We are also producing pellets, more for export. Countries from Europe were interested in the pellets that are made out of bagasse. And finally, we're expanding our market. when we talk about SAFs, hydrogen, bunker fuel, or biobunker, we need to increase raw materials. For SAF, we need to work on biodiesel and ethanol to jet. Those are the two that we need to develop. So you're going to need raw material and you're going to need to increase production, but we're ready to produce all the SAFs that, or rather, are we ready to produce all the SAFs that the aviation industry needs? No, of course, we need to mature, we need to increase our production. But as soon as we're mature, then how can you get it done? How can you get SAFs? Well, you establish a market where you can have a mix between fossil fuels and biogas, biofuels, sorry. You produce more ethanol, you mix it with gasoline, and if in time hydrogen cars are available, if batteries evolve and you need less ethanol, all the ethanol will be available to use it for other purposes such as SAF, biobunker, bioplastics, etc. So just for SAF by 2050, you will need 450 billion liters of ethanol per year. And we already produce 100, just Brazil alone. So there's a huge market that could produce this energy. And if we look at all of the global south, as is often talked about, and have them produce bioenergy, the potential is of becoming a green Middle East in terms of production. 1 ton of sugarcane has more energy than a barrel of oil. We divided the cane in 3 parts, and the 3 parts put together have the same potential, more or less. And when you sum it all up, it's 1.2 compared to the to a barrel of oil. So the potential we have to scale up and to have a distillery installed and improve an equipment in the plant, you need a year to do that. But if we decide to do it today, then a year from now, we would be able to fuel with bioethanol all the developing countries with very little investment. Retrofitting equipment and investing in distillery is not very high investments. So to conclude, I wanted to show the world that technology is ready to go. It can be replicated, scaled. We can scale up. Raw material is available in more than 100 countries, and we already have more than 600 plants which are ready to be adapted to be able to produce this energy. An energy we know well about. Ethanol isn't even zero emission, it's less than zero emission, so a huge advantage. And this is the message we have here at COP. 50 years of experience from Brazil, and sometimes we try and look for difficult solutions, but we forget about the simplest solutions that are already there, already tested. Thank you.
Bom, começando as perguntas, vou começar pelo Eduardo, mas...
Let's go for the Q&A session. In the current context, how can Brazil differentiate itself in the production of biofuels? I think Brazil has an important competitive advantage. As Flavio mentioned, we have biomass from animal waste. And Brazil usually looks for new technologies. We have a great variety, and I believe that we are able to gather different technology, different diverse research, and we are able to have biogas, biomethane, biofuel for aviation, the green hydrogen. And we have the sectors that can help the reindustrialization of our country. and looking for new
eólica, fotovoltaica,
sources of renewable energy, wind power,
energias limpas, que é o que mais
solar
importa.
power,
Então, a gente
clean
conseguiu
sources
construir
for the
muitos
production
lugares
of energy.
também
So
em todo o lado
through
do mundo,
biogas, we also
de energia, que a gente
can
usa
rely on the
esse derivado
environmental
de
component because
energia
this is an
para fazer
environmental service. To
criação de
use
energia
a
também, e
waste,
a
to
gente
use
consegue
something
aproveitar
that would
isso
actually
e de uma
pollute, and
forma
we turn this
progressiva, uma
into
nova
energy
energia, um
and we
novo
produce
combustível, uma
from
seja
waste,
elétrica,
and
vamos
then we can have
com as reformas levando para o metanol e
electric
para o
power that can
biometanol.
be used for
Então a gente
transport and
consegue ter
other
essa diversão.
types
O
of
Brasil
activities.
tem
So
essa
Brazil
grande
has
oportunidade,
this
essa
opportunity, which
honra de
is
ser grande
the
produtor de
diversity
novas
that we
fontes de
have
energia,
and the
novas
possibility that we
qualidades,
have to
descarbonização,
produce new
produção,
energies contributing to
investimentos
the
internacionais
decarbonization
também para
and to
aproveitamento desse
raise
potencial energético que
international
nós temos, que é
investment
muito
to
diverso. Nós temos a
tap
cerâmica,
into
por
this
exemplo, de
potential. We
vários
have ceramic, as it has
produções.
been
Temos o dejetos
showcased,
de
sugarcane,
produção animal no Paraná, na região oeste, que é
animal
muito
waste
forte.
in
Mas temos
Paraná.
tantas outras pesquisas no Nordeste, tem diferentes pesquisas
In
que
the
buscam
northeastern
essa
area, we
reutilização,
also have
buscam
other possibilities of
aproveitar essa nova
reuse,
oportunidade e agregar esse valor aos seus produtos.
and we
Então,
can
quando a
add
gente
value
tiver
to
uma
this
cadeia
product. So
do frango, do porco que ele produz, toda a descarbonização, o nosso valor agregado nos produtos
if we can
vai
take
acrescentar
advantage of
também. Isso
all
vai
these
facilitar
possibilities, this way
demais
we're going to have a
olhando
greater
para o mundo
value
como
added
mercado, ao invés
to
de a
our
gente ser um
products,
produtor de
and we
commodity,
will have a
a
different
gente
position in the
poder
international
agregar
market
valor aos
because
nossos
rather than
produtos,
being
levar essa
an
inovação
exporter of raw
para a
material, we can
industrialização,
have
né?
processed materials being
Industrialização
exported.
mesmo dos
So
nossos
we
países,
can
fábricas aqui no
reindustrialize
Brasil, com
Brazil,
motores,
and this
biomassa,
reindustrialization means a green
descarbonização e aquisição de
industrialization with the use of biomass and the contribution to the energy transition.
Benjamin,
Thank
alguém
you.
mais que gostaria de colocar
Benjamin,
pergunta? Bom, a gente tem o setor de transportes que impacta bastante nas emissões de CO2.
transport
Qual que é o setor cerâmico brasileiro, que é o terceiro
impacts a
maior
lot
produtor
carbon
mundial, tô
emissions.
certa?
So we are the
Pretende
third
combater
producer of
isso?
ceramics in the world. If I understand very well, how do you fight against this activity of carbon dioxide emission? Well, the decarbonization has a very hard impact if we replace diesel with natural gas for heavy vehicles, and in the future, the biomethane. This can have a great impact. And as I mentioned, in the region of São Paulo, we have the transport of 2 million trucks that transport raw material for the plants. And these vehicles are fueled with diesel nowadays. And we have two initiatives. One is using trucks that have been manufactured with a natural gas engine, but also we are replacing the engine of trucks that have combustion engines. And we are doing this in our own fleet, but also third-party fleets. And in both cases, both when it comes to new trucks and the ones where the engines are being replaced, in the next days and months, we will have these vehicles operating in the field so we can test their performance in terms of energy potential and also the decarbonization potential. Additionally, we are looking for funding that can enable these initiatives of replacement of the fleet. This is very important for us, and our concern does not stop at the replacement of engines, but also supporting the demand of our factories with greener solutions.
Com base no que Itaipu vive dessa visão de ecossistema, como é que
So,
vocês
at
veem a
Itaipu,
percepção de
in
transformação das
thinking
produções
about the
nacionais
ecosystem you
em
have,
ativos tecnológicos para contribuir aí para essa
how can
transição
you
energética?
leverage technological assets that contribute to energy transition? Eduardo, if it's Itaipu, I think Eduardo should take the floor. Would you like to talk about it? Because I can make my presentation later on.
Nós temos alguns projetos
We have some
do ecossistema,
projects,
como eu disse,
In the context of the ecosystem, Itaipu has launched the program Itaipu Plus Energy, which aims at sharing knowledge for different regions. So we are going to assist over 430 cities in the southern area of Brazil through this program Energy Plus Itaipu that has an environmental concern, and we will distribute mini biodigesters. So the idea is to make them popular because we want children to learn about these technologies and this concern so we can enlarge the scope of our operation. This is a technology in place, but this is not popular yet, not very known. So we are working very hard to disseminate information so that we can educate the population since young age so that we can raise awareness and we can involve people. So on the top of environmental responsibility, we are also trying to multiply sources of energy. We have solar power sources, wind power, etc. So our ecosystem intends to reach the society and change habits so that we can have a paradigm shift, improving the environment and contributing to the energy transition while assisting the population, not only companies. Thank you very much, Flávia. So for the how can we improve the production sector as a whole in the global south? Well, we have technology, raw material, we have the plants, we just lack political will and public policy. We need public policy and political will. These are essential because they are the very foundation that will trigger investment. Public policies are essential, and we have to say so. The largest source of energy today is wood, timber. In Africa, for instance, people cook with wood, and this is very negative for people's health. This is devastating. So I believe that we can have a social policy approach to environmental issues because when you replace wood with ethanol, this is much safer and much better for health. We are here at the COP to foster public policy, to defend public policy so you can produce bioenergy for the entire world, but we are lacking goodwill, political will, and as our President Lula said, we have to start concrete actions. No more empty speeches. We need to get started and we need to ramp up the production worldwide of biogas, biofuel. So if we have public policies, we will be on the right track, and Brazil has been working very hard in this sense. We have Renova Bio, which is an amazing program that produces decarbonization, and we have metrics that allow us to track every type of plant and every type of sector. So we are able to certify that a given sector is actually entailing decarbonization. This can be a methodology adopted worldwide, and I believe that biomethane is part of the solution. Yes. How do GBO see the scalability? In terms of scaling up, we have to combine technology and innovation. And in this sense, we are a reference model in Brazil for sustainable energies. As for the energy transition process and the global context where these words become increasingly important, transition and energy, as it has been mentioned before, Brazil can play a leading role in this area because we are able to add value to waste by converting this waste into something that has value added. So waste can become sustainable energy bioproducts, which is the case of biofertilizers, which translates into competitiveness with fossil fuels. And if we think about scaling up projects, if we think about a permanent production of biogas and biomethane, we have to put this in the center of the energy transition agenda, every agenda aiming at reducing the emission of greenhouse gases. And again, Brazil can have an important role to play in the global stage because we can leverage the natural sources that we have to produce clean energy, and they can and should be used. Thank you. Now, Benjamin and Flávio, we see a partnership between both sectors. Can you please tell us about the background of this partnership between your sectors? It was quite easy. A phone call at the beginning, November 2 years ago. A friend of mine who was sitting over there, his name is Mauricio Borges, and said, Flavio, we have a problem. We need to carry out energy transition, decarbonize the ceramic tile industry, and do you have a solution? And then it all started. Talks began. We mapped the sector. They mapped their needs in terms of energy transition, and we were able to see that gas produced out of sugarcane could be part of the solution, if not the solution. Nowadays, São Paulo accounts for more than 50% of sugarcane production in Brazil. The pipeline is well distributed in the state of São Paulo. We had a positive experience in ramping up biogas production because, when it comes to commodities, the volume matters. So we mapped the sector. We met with Jill, who is sitting over there as well. And we realized we had this possibility. So at the beginning, we thought about the replacement, the substitution. So I did this kind of draft study. And I said, Leo, I think you will be able to replace 50% of your natural gas by 2030. He said, are you sure? I said, no, I'm not, but let's try. I'm kidding. I was very confident. I knew we were able to do it. And now, as Benjamin mentioned, we are going to work with the replacement of diesel. So we had two important clusters that are partners of Apex, aiming at internal supply, but also export. So it's great to join our efforts to put our strengths together in favor of these initiatives that is very important for Brazil. So I think that putting both clusters together, aiming at the same solution is very positive. And in less than 1 year, we are already reaping the benefits of this initiative that is very concrete now. And this is the result of this partnership between all the partners here present. And also I see Eduardo, who is here in the audience. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the generosity. And friendship and cooperation are key for the success of our common objective, which is decarbonization and the improvement of livelihood. Thank you. Eduardo, I have one more question for you. One of the challenges that we have in the ceramic tile industry is that we run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We operate non-stop, and finding a replacement for the fuel in place is no easy task. So indeed, when we were confident that it was possible to do it, we had the availability of the raw material, including in the period between harvests. When we knew we could do it, it was excellent. We seized the opportunity in a very easy manner. As you know, the ceramic industry is this number two consumer of energy in Brazil. So it was no easy task. And the state of São Paulo, which is where we begin this journey, has a reasonable number of companies. So a huge possibility to supply the sector with this energy. So the possibility existed, we identified it, we looked for a partnership to enable the transition. In the ceramic coating industry, we have a competitive sector that is concerned with decarbonization. We have the greener ceramic commodity as compared to international competitors. We produce with less water, less gas, per square meter of ceramics produced. So from the moment we replace fossil fuels with renewable fuel, well, then I believe that the decarbonization will open up new markets. So we can have a greater access to other markets. So on the top of an environmental gain in Brazil, we can also create more jobs and revenues for our regions. Thank you. We have several projects in the technological park. So how can we get to know more about them? How can we invest? Where can we have info? I'm a bit stressed, so I forgot to mention the carry code and to thank everyone. But at the end of my presentation, there is a carry code, so you can scan the carry code and have access to all information. But you also have some leaflets we're gonna give to you, or my LinkedIn, Eduardo de Miranda, or you can also contact the Technological Park and we can discuss arrangements, partnerships, and common developments. And before concluding, do you have a question in the audience? Okay. So now, Flávio, do you have a question?
Porque a gente explicou bem.
São só algumas considerações, de forma muito sucinta. Alexandre, do Parque Tecnológico Itaipu também.
Alexandre from Itaipu Technological Park. I mean, she mentioned about green ammonia, and we know that according to global convention, green hydrogen is only green through hydrolysis and with solar or wind energy sources. We have a hydrogen plant for 10 years in our technological park, and we use both wind and solar sources of energy. We have renewable energy, but this is a convention. When it comes to green ammonia, the NH3, and we have the ammonia from the biomethane, I believe it can be replicated because you carry out carbon capture, right? We use carbon dioxide that we capture and store for food production, sodium bicarbonate, for instance. That's my question, indeed. I think that together with public bodies, the federal government, we can change this hydrogen convention. Why not include biomethane for green hydrogen? Because the biomethane presupposes the carbon capture. So if we can absorb more carbon, dioxide, why not consider that we can produce green hydrogen with biomethane? I think this would be quite important. And we have this possibility in Brazil. We can be leaders in the green transition and energy transition. You have 60s with very small sized populations, but with huge numbers of swine production, for instance. So why not use the methane? Why not using the animal waste in this type of production? We can put all together and try to leverage this potential. Thank you.
Mais alguma pergunta?
One more question.
Flávio, passar para você para as palavras finais.
Flavio, please, your final remarks. Well, my final words are thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for allowing me to share our experience. And once again, I would like to say that new technologies are very welcome, but we also need to use what we have already. And I agree that Itaipu must showcase that hydrogen made of bioethanol is green indeed. The hydrogen produced out of ethanol is very positive for the production chain because if you can provide safety to the transportation of hydrogen as well. We use a fuel made out of sugarcane, so for us it is green. So there are policy arrangements and there are conventions that are imposed on the industry. But I think this is because some are jealous of us, because they see the global south, the potential that we have for the production of bioenergy. And the world is moved by energy. The world is fueled by energy. It is food plus fuel. You cannot live without energy. I mean, air conditioning, tablets, banking system. I mean, we cannot figure a world without energy. The world would be paralyzed. A surgeon would not be able to have surgery operations. I mean, the world needs energy and renewable energy, and we have to change the conventions, get together in this so in the global south, show that we can produce fuel out of green sources, and we can try and influence the existing norms and change when necessary. Thank you very much, everyone. And now, please, Benjamin. Well, again, what an honor to be here with you, to hear from you, to hear from Itaipu, and once again, hear from Flávio, from Isabela, and Gel's projects and works. So once again, we are very confident in the partnership we entered into, and I'm very confident that together we can find new pathways and alternatives for such an important supply. The energy transition is fundamental and very important for the ceramic tile industry in Brazil because we can have a lower carbon footprint and a production that is more resilient and more efficient. So this is a very important moment to change paradigms and to change the partnerships between public and private sectors, because here we are discussing alternatives because we have a lot of potential to leverage. There is room for development because we have some norms, some conventions that can actually hamper partnerships. And for us, It's important to contribute to the economic, environmental, and social development of our region. So it is essential for us to be connected with this agenda, and we really needed to foster new technologies and contribute to these investments. Isabella, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity and for sharing important information. Happy to be here with Benjamin Flavio. Happy to hear from Itaipu. As my colleagues mentioned, we needed to have a partnership between the private and the public sectors. We needed to give visibility to the potential, to the energy potential that we have in Brazil. We also needed to showcase biomethane, and I would like to conclude by thanking Alessandro, a visionary, the CEO of our institution, GEL. He's the one who had the initial idea to scale up biogas production, and today we see more and more the use and the usability of the biofuel. Thank you. Eduardo, thank you. It was a pleasure to be part of this panel on behalf of Itaipu, and I'd like to thank you for being here. Also, NUBR, Silvana, Lígia, the team of Itaipu, and Itaipu Technological Park produces clean energy, but we also invest in energy transition in the environment. So on the top of producing clean energy, we are also concerned with the green transition. So we have different types of investments and cases, and for a long time looking for the construction of a better world where we can leverage all the potential given by the decarbonization movement. Well, thank you very much. We are very proud to see how investment in technology and the cooperation between sectors can put Brazil in a better position to leverage its potential and to contribute to the energy transition. We can see the potential, and we need to scale up this initiative, and most certainly with better technology, we can have a greater technology, better solutions, and solutions that will be a reference for the Global South. So thank you very much. Have a good day, and please visit our website. We will have panels until 11 December. Good afternoon, everyone. Have a nice day.